Hello, everybody. Welcome back to shiny hunting. This is day 6. Let's just see if number 1 is shiny. Number 1 of today, I mean. I highly doubt it, but you never know. Okay, not shiny. And thus, the grind begins again! And also, part of me is tempted to just mute the game. But I need to have it unmuted so that I can hear if shiny sparkles happen. That is my curse. I need to shave. And you might be like, oh, you're a dog, you don't need to shave. I need to shave. I'm Bork. My name is Bork, and I'm here to say, Bork! Meow 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 bork bork meow meow bork 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 meow meow bork bork. Been a while since I streamed. Yeah. Hopefully my leg will be kind to me today. And I won't have to end early. Bing bong, bing bong, bing bong, bing bong, bing bong, bing bong. Am I probably just talking into the ether right now? Yep. But at the same time, The ether is fun to talk to because it doesn't judge you. That or it's always judging you. But that's just the ether being the ether. And it's not really on you in that case. I also recently learned that a game I thought was locked to Nintendo consoles forever is actually come to Steam, and I'm very happy about that. If I had money to spare, I would probably buy it to play on here, but I don't, so... I've heard this song too many times. Or at least the very beginning notes of it. This is what I get for shiny hunting a Pokemon that would be easier to shiny hunt in other games. I'm going insane. This is what happens when I shut it in for too long. Sorry, I had gunk in my eye. God, we're not even 10 minutes in and I'm already sleepy. This isn't a good thing. I need more RAM. I need more RAM. Yep. Yeah, no, this is very repetitive. There's not much I can talk about while I'm doing this. Like, I want to, don't get me wrong. It's just like, what do I talk about? The fact that I've been stuck in bed for the past few days? Because of me slipping and falling down my stairs? I don't think people want to hear that. What? I just want to bite it. Like, at this point, it kind of just looks like rock candy. It doesn't even look like ice. More. pork, 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 pork. Ah! I can tell someone just messaged me, but I can't answer right now. Or it's a notification from someone or something. I'm not sure which it is. Bling, blonk, blink, blink, blonk. I mean, I applied for jobs recently. That's somewhat interesting. Granted, I don't think I'm gonna get any of them because the economy's going to shit. Then, for some reason, a job that constitutes flipping burgers or even just taking people's orders now requires multiple years of experience. And I don't think that's okay. Because it's kind of just locking off jobs to those who already have jobs. Meaning this is a rich get richer situation. Like, it was already that case. But now even more so. And it's not okay. This is what happens when I'm allowed to just go off with no input from anyone else. I just ramble about stuff going on in my life, random hyperfixations I have, or my personal thoughts on shit going on in the modern day. Which, once again, not exactly sure people want to hear that, but it's what I talk about because my brain is fried. I've been shiny hunting this thing for almost a week now, and I'm sick of it. And when I say almost a week, I mean that's how many days I've spent hunting this. If we're talking in terms of like, but if I were doing this daily, it would have been close to a week. The amount of time in between every time I hunt this and not is like a week or two. So it's been probably close to like a month or two since I started this hunt. That's not okay. I will say, on one monitor, it looks a lot more blue than it does on my other monitor. So every time I have to be like, wait, is that shiny? No. No, it's not. My monitors just have different color quality for some reason. Like, my bigger monitor is more muted for some reason in terms of colors and tones, which I don't understand. It's very confusing. bong, bing bong, bing bong, bing bong. I have a cat. It's cat. I have cat. It is a cat. Except this is a plush. A plush I love very much. This is very plush. Very plush. The very plush. I have a Sprigatito plush. Don't judge me. Every time I'm like, is it different? But no, it's just the... I will say, if I've missed a shiny at this point, I fully believe it. Like, I doubt I have, because the shiny sparkles will happen, even with battle animations turned off. But if I've somehow encountered it and just not noticed, I will commit scream. I wish to commit stabbies, except I don't really, I'm a bear. I don't know where I was going with that. Sometimes a thought enters your head and you're like, huh? Should I act upon that? And then the rest of your body has to tell you, no. No, you really shouldn't. Mama. I just thought of the name I want to call this thing when I catch it. Or if I catch it, I should say. Because I could very easily not encounter it and not find it. But if I encounter the shiny and somehow fail it, I don't know what to do. Because I don't know if I could handle doing another round of hunting for the same Pokemon again. Like, I built this Gallade specifically so that I could, like, shiny hunt legendaries, but then I looked up, like, oh, Trevenant probably would have been a better idea, because I can give, like, the opposing Pokemon, like, berry recycling, I think it's called. Using skill swap and then, like, swapping held items. That way it has a Lepa berry, that way it physically can't run out of moves. So that it can just take as long as it needs to. But I didn't consider that before I started this whole hunt. And I'm worried that if I try... I'm worried if I try to leave to get a Pokemon like Trevenant for legendary hunts, I am worried that all the shiny luck I have been building in here, or like, it will be a case of the curse of inconvenient timing. The moment I find another Pokemon that isn't Regice, it's going to be shiny, and all the luck I have been trying to use on Regice will just immediately transfer. This is a battle of patience and being pure stubborn. This is not a joke. It's either the game wins or I win, and I'm not losing to a machine. There are very few games I've willingly lost to. One of those being Super Meat Boy, the other one being Getting Over It. Because those games were designed to make people angry. Once again, probably talking to no one aside from myself. That's perfectly fine. If you're lurking, or if the other song has background noise, or if you're watching this in the future, thank you. It means a lot. It means I'm entertaining someone outside of myself. And if you're watching this out of hate, I don't know what to say, because why would you make yourself angry on purpose? I don't get it. Anyway. Number 2,100! Not a shiny! Whoa! We love that for me! I believe this is officially over the halfway mark in terms of base shiny odds. Blink, 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 blink. I'm also realizing the reason people probably aren't here is because they're at a convention. Which is fine, I'm just like, oh. Most of the people I know are gone somewhere. And I'll be blunt, I probably would have joined them if I had the money to. But I'm a broke boy with no job. Well, this is my job, but it's not very... I have not reached a point where I can live sustainably off of it. Trust me, I've been job hunting for 5 years at this point. I cannot find a job to save my life outside of this. I've only been doing this for 3 years at this point, maybe like a month and a half-ish over 3 years. But luck has not been on my side. Both in terms of finding an actual job or having this work out in a certain way. But it's fine. This is, even though this doesn't really help, like, even though this isn't like, oh, I could live on my own with this income, it still does help a lot because it lets me pay my phone bill every month. And, well, not every month, every 3 months. which is really helpful. And because of everyone, I've met people I never would have met. I've played games I never would have thought to play. It's just very nice. We win these. And by we win these, I mean, we are still looking. I also have a library of 3DS games I would love to play on here, but I don't know if 3DS/DS capture cards exist. And I know some people would be like, oh, but you can do, like, emulators with, like, much improved graphics. I'd rather experience the original. Because I like every 3DS game I own. Well, maybe except for Smash. Smash on the 3DS wasn't the best. But that's mainly because I had no one to play with.
Congrats. It's a boy.
Alfred, thank you so much for subscribing for 9 months. Why? Why 9 months? Oh my god. Why not? Because that's too much. That's too much for this dog. Thing is, I think you've been here longer than 9 months, but I could be wrong. I honestly don't remember. Fair enough. I will say, I have been talking to the void for the last 33 minutes. I know stream says 38 minutes, but I'm counting how long I've been recording. I have just been speaking into the void. Also, Alfred, would you mind doing me a favor? Really quick? If you talk to the void long enough, it talks back. Are you saying you're the void? I want you to look up my... Like, if you need to, exit out of the stream and then look it up. But I want to see if it still has the weird censor thing it normally did have on it, because I had, certain tags enabled because I thought they were required. But it doesn't seem like they are, so I'm confused. Because I think that has been hindering me a lot by having that up there. Like, because people don't typically want to... Like, I know most people. So what do I need to look at? Essentially, the preview of my stream. Like, you're not clicked into it, but like the preview as if like it naturally showed up on your feed or something. And to see if it has like a little eye that's like, oh, be careful, this might contain this certain type of content. Because if it doesn't have that, then a theory of mine was correct. And it could potentially change, like the course of stuff if it's gone. Because I know how the human mind works at this point. You know that most people, when they look for new Twitch streams, they just take a base look at what's happening? Nah, it just shows your screen. Good. But I know for a fact, because I do this in regards to YouTube and Twitch, people will tend to just scroll until they see a preview of a stream that they like. And they are even less likely to click it if it has, like, the censor thing on top of it, which has probably deterred a lot of potential people from showing up. Yeah, I see what you mean, but you don't have it. Here's the thing. I know for a fact I've had it for months at this point because I turned on a setting that that was like, oh, you need to have this on. And I'm like, okay. And now that I'm thinking back on it, I don't swear nearly enough or talk about NSFW stuff enough to require those tags. Like, my stream is 18 plus. That's just because I don't want to deal with kids. But like, I don't have a need for those tags. And it's not like I'm shoving like a bad dragon toy in front of the screen. If you don't know what that is, don't look it up. And Alfred, what do you mean by we can fix that? Fix what? Alfred! I can make it more adult themed if you want. I just chat with what I chat about. And like, the thing is, I don't typically want to I don't want to chat about the type of stuff that I would need those tags for. So it's like, why did I have them on in the first place? That was me being dumb. Heckin' no freak and holding jaywalking. Alfred! How could you? How could you, Alfred? I'm gonna get banned. Oh my god, you're even the baddest boy. I will say, I unironically love that trope of like, oh, you like bad boys? Well, I don't go to bed on time. Like, I don't think that's what they meant, but good for you. I don't return library books on time. Like, here's the thing. That's just detrimental to you, because then you have to pay more. I now remember, for some reason, we had like a checkout system in school if we wanted to, like, take books out of the library. Like, the books had barcodes on them. At our school. And I'm pretty sure we had a limit to how many books we could take out. Like, it makes sense, but, like, with children? Really? Also, Alfred, full disclosure, when you said we can fix that, I thought you were talking about something else. I think it just helped keeping track of the books in a computer system. Yeah, I'm aware, but it's like... It confused me. It confuses me. That's all. I was just jokingly saying I can swear more. No, I understand. I thought you meant something else, and I was actually more terrified of that than swearing more. Hold on, someone doesn't know what TTYL means, and now I have to tell them what it means. Hold on. Alfred, what is that gremlin for? Alfred? Alfred? What are you doing? Don't worry about it. Well, first of all, if it's nothing, we're good. But if you're planning something, I would rather know. Now we're good. Okay, good. Because listen, there are certain things I can handle and certain things I cannot handle. At this point, I've come to expect one of those things from you, and I know for a fact you can't do that right now. So I'm safe in that regard, but the other thing, I don't know if you have the capability of doing that or not. Gotta keep guessing. Well, you don't even know what the other thing I'm talking about is. So I win. Anyway, what is the fop doing on this fine day? Chilling, watching some streams. Well, I know one person you shouldn't be watching right now, and their name is Seasonal Gaming. Don't watch me. Don't do it. He's bad. Doing some laundry in the meantime. Yeah, I should probably do laundry as well. I will say, I am somewhat cranky, but it has nothing to do with anyone here. It's just the fact that I was planning on saving up more money for, like, RAM and stuff. My phone bill comes up at the end of this month, I think. So that money I was saying... like, the money I was saving for potential new RAM has to go towards my phone plan instead. And part of me is tempted to, like, not have a phone plan, but then I wanted to be able to text my family, have them call me. And I need that in case of emergencies. But like I said, we're back, boys. No, don't! No! And it's like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? I know RAM prices are higher than they should be right now. I'm fully aware. Also, I don't have a job. This is my job. And you kind of need the best equipment you can get if you want to do your job well. So I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. I know RAM prices are higher than they should be right now. And I still need the RAM to do my job effectively. You're stuck between a dog and a cute place. Who is the dog and where is the cute place? Because... yeah. I will say, I'm fully aware that this probably isn't the most engaging thing to watch, but at this point I'm too stubborn to quit. And I know people would rather see my live reaction on stream. A werewolf. I don't get why you said that, but okay. You know, people always say werewolf, but they never ask how wolf or why wolf. Such a shame. They always ask what does the fox say, but never how does the fox feel. I will say this right now. I have a love-hate relationship with that song. I don't know, it's kind of grown on me a bit. Here's my thing with it. It's clear the production value was high in that. They put a lot of effort into it. And it is just meant to be a lol random humor song. At the same time, I knew people growing up that would spam that song to hell and back, and it got annoying. That and the CG Fox that they make stand on hind legs scares me. It just scares me. Like it's Uncanny Valley. Like, there are certain things that are Uncanny Valley that I will not stand for. Like, if you're trying to see, did he do that? I don't remember that. I didn't notice that, or it's somewhere buried deep in my subconscious. Bing bong, bing bong, bing bong, bing bong. I think he shakes his tail somewhat. Even still, it is cursed. I will say, there are also things that, like, whether it was made out of love, passion, or if it was meant to troll everybody, I don't care. It will make me recoil physically so much that I cannot handle it. Like, even if it's something that is objectively good, I will be like, nope, nope, I want out. Now I'm watching him cook again. He doesn't really have good dance moves. He just does what I can only describe. mean, probably. Here's the thing, I'm worried that when I dance, that's how I look, which is why I'm afraid of dancing. And, like, I've taken dance classes in the past. Like, it was a long time ago, but I did. But I'm worried it's what I actually look like is just that one guy in the corner of the party that is, like, dancing to the music, but in reality, all he's doing is kind of just, like, stepping from side to side, and it's not even necessarily to the beat. In fact, sometimes he's on the complete wrong beat. We all know that guy. The red solo cup. Like, probably wearing, like, jeans that are, like, slightly too big or slightly too short. Wearing, like, a dumb cap on the top of their head that says some weird shit. We all know that person. I will say, in regards to dancing, well, if you teach me a dance, I can do it. A lot of the time, I will just let myself go nuts, whether or not it looks good or not. Just because I like dancing because it feels like I'm one with my body. If people made fun of me for those, like, me just going ham, I would probably cry. But listen, okay? When I was younger, like, our school forced us to, like, come up with songs and dances for, like, an end of the year, like, showcase that the school does. Every single year, without doubt, in elementary school, I was the one giving it my hardest in terms of actually dancing to the beat. But apparently, my mom, who was watching, like, me dance, had multiple parents come up to her later and be like, I was trying to watch my kid, but your son was so into it that I couldn't look away. And I was just like, yes! Because all the other kids were, like, half-heartedly dancing, and I was just like, what are you all doing? Like, all the other kids were just like, I guess I have to do this. Meanwhile, I was out there like, yeah! Same goes for when I was in high school, now that I think about it. When I was in a musical I have now learned to hate, but at the time it was my only theater technically it's the only musical I've ever been in, and I was just happy to be able to act in something. I didn't really care what it was, but now looking back on it, I'm like, I wish my first musical was something else. What musical was it? The first musical I was ever in was Shrek the Musical, which goes against everything the movie stands for. I wasn't even like one of the main leads. I was one of the fairy tale creatures. I was Papa Bear, I think. I could be wrong about that. But the next year was going to be Little Mermaid. And so many people who are in the theater class with me were like, you should audition for Ursula. You should audition for Ursula. Like, all of my theater class and other theater classes were like, dude, you would be so good as Ursula. This is not a joke. And I was like, you know what? I would slay as Ursula. Like, I would have slayed as Ursula, okay? Let me be the drag queen I was meant to be. But no, when I went to audition for Ursula, when I went to audition for Ursula by singing Poor Unfortunate Souls, partway through the song, the power went out, and they didn't let me redo it. So I wasn't cast as Ursula, and also partially because of how, like, genuinely because of how religious our area is. I think that having a boy as Ursula would have caused the panic in the parents, which is extremely frustrating. And I'm not saying religion is bad. I'm just saying this is one of those areas where, like, if people believe in a religion, that's fine as long as you aren't hurting others. Our area is not one of those areas. They are very anti-LGBTQ, and it is not fun. That's why I barely go outside anymore. But, legitimately, I wasn't allowed to be Ursula, and instead, I was cast as a random turtle for the Kiss the Girl sequence. Needless to say, I did not, I didn't act in that musical. Because this was also during COVID times. I was like, because it genuinely seemed like I was just an afterthought. And so many of the other students were like, yeah, no, you should have been Ursula. The fact that you weren't is rigged. Not even Eric or Sebastian. Nope! I was random turtle. I think I was like turtle number 3 or something. But I just didn't show up. I was like, nope, I'm not risking my health for this. Bye. If I don't get to be Ursula in drag, what's the point? And then my, junior year, I believe? The year I dropped out of high school because it was on the tail end of COVID, so people were taking their masks off. But I wasn't, just because I know how bad people in my town were about it. Apparently, it was going to be Matilda the musical. And literally every single person that was in my theater class, because at one point, like, one of the things we were doing in class was, like, practicing a scene from Matilda. And so they all saw how my Trunchbull was, and they were like, you need to be Trunchbull during this. And I'm like, no, because I know our theater teacher isn't going to cast me as Trunchbull, considering what happened with Ursula. And they were like, you know what, that's fair. And legitimately, one of the people who was closest to the theater teacher was like, no, I hate him so much. He absolutely plays favorites. And I think it would be amazing as Trunchbull, but I don't think he would like it. Because once again, I would be playing a female character as a guy. And so, legitimately, the person who was close to the theater teacher, like, they don't even do theater that much. Like, they mainly worked on the props and stuff. They were like, I have keys to his candy jar. And I was like, you know what? I will bring this entire bag of bean-boozled beans I have, and we will mix it in with the regular jelly beans as revenge. Sadly, that never happened, but I still think about how on my side she was, and I missed chatting with her. She was very cool. One of the few people who was nice to me during school, now that I think about it. You could have had a fabulous career on the stage. Alfred, I cannot state this enough. I fucking love to act. This is not a joke. I love playing as a character, whether it's voice acting, whether it's physically acting, whether it's just pantomiming. I love being a silly little guy. Like, our school's district is so bad. Like, oh my god. I could go on a rant about it, but I'm fucking tired. Okay, 2 more encounters, and then I'm gonna take a break for the ads. No, but I could have slayed. I could have been Ursula's. We had some the other exercises in high school, but never a full play. I did play some small parts in elementary school, but no speaking roles. I think I was a narrator once. Fair enough. Yeah, ads are playing. Be right back, just because I need to give my leg a break. Okay, we back. I will say this right now. Sometimes I wish I could stream from the comfort of my bed instead of having to sit at my desk. Because don't get me wrong, I like my chair. But it's just that, a chair. It's not cozy comfy. Horrible practical chair, I see. Yeah, like, I could lay down in this chair, but it's not as cozy as bed. That's just a fact of life. No, Alfred, I'll be real, I was like, I wonder why there aren't more people here today. And then I remembered, oh wait, this weekend is the convention. A lot of people are probably doing convention stuff. And so, while part of me is disheartened that, like, as far as I can tell, you're the only one here. Let me say this right now. I enjoy having you here. Also, normally there's like, maybe like 1 or 2 more people, but then I remember, oh wait, the convention is happening. I do no longer feel bad. Private show. I mean, I guess you could call it that. I just know you go to bed in like 3 hours. Yeah, the latest because I have work tomorrow. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm pretty sure I have an interview tomorrow. So that's gonna be fun to deal with. I don't know what to do in regards to streaming tomorrow since I have an interview. Because my interview tomorrow takes place right in the middle of when I would normally stream, so I'm like, do I wake up earlier? Do I stream later? What do I do? What kind of job is the interview for? Fast food. Which, knowing them, they'll probably ask how much experience I have, and then I'll have to be like, I have no experience in the fast food industry, and then I won't get hired. Because that's the world we live in! Make sure to tell them how good your Ursula is. That was years ago, man. I haven't practiced since then. You never know. Here's the thing, I highly doubt a food hiring place is going to hire me because I can sing Poor Unfortunate Souls. Could be there's a lot of musical kids in that sector. Maybe the person hiring is a former theater kid. See, here's the issue with that, Alfred. If anyone is hiring who was from my school, the odds of me being employed drop significantly. Just due to... I spoke my mind in school, and that include telling some people off because they were horrible people, and word probably spread about me. And also, a good chunk of the theater kids were jerks. What do you mean that's just silly? People having grudges and stupid stuff like that. Here's the thing. I hold grudges, but not for, like, petty shit. I hold grudges against people that were doing actively bad stuff. For example, talking about punting puppies. This is not a joke. Why can't American schools just be like the TV show and movies? Here's the thing, to a certain extent, they are similar. And I don't mean in the good ways. Like, the bullies in schools are just as, if not more... Okay, Alfred, let me say this right now. Many people had a much better school life than me. Our school district sucks. Like, I got held in back for recess for trying to help a fellow student draw what a cow magnet actually looked like. $2,200. No shiny. Great. But no, they were drawing a cow as a magnet, as opposed to what a cow magnet is. And so I was like, hey, I think you, like, I was trying to, like, whisper to them and, like, help them. And then the teacher punished me and didn't let me go to recess that day. Because apparently I was, quote-unquote, distracting the whole class with me chatting with my friend, who I wasn't even friends with that kid. Hi, Enzo!
Cecil 1 high less than 3.
How are you doing, Gremlin? You Goobus Blueface. Wow. Doing fine, how about you, silly? I'm fine. We're just talking about how school sucked for me. It's all evolved from me talking about how I would have slayed as Ursula in a school play to... My school district just sucks. I'll give him a musical. I don't remember what it's called. But it's very fun. Just partially because the premise is scary, but also silly at the same time. The plot is... My top 3 is Phantom, Cabaret, and Sweeney Todd. I've heard Sweeney Todd is good. I haven't seen it, though. I wish I knew what it was called, because I don't want to say what the plot of it is. Because that spoils the whole thing. The most I can say about the play I am thinking about is that it takes place during Black Friday, and there is a Tickle Me Elmo equivalent called Wiggly. That is all I can say about it, without spoiling what it's about. Legitimately, if I say any more, I would ruin the show. I just wish I remember what it was called. I might have to message my sibling or something. But yeah, Enzo, you are good bean, you get pants. Yes! Team Star Kid, yes! They also did the guy who didn't like musicals. Yes! Watch it, it's good. I don't care if it's in the middle of summer. Watch it, it's hilarious. But yeah, Enzo, once again, you're good being. Second of all, thank you for the 100 bits. Third of all, why did you give me money? You know what I haven't seen in years, but I should? Little Shop of Horrors. Like, it scared me as a child, so I never wanted to watch it again, and now I'm like, I want to see it. never seen it, but I know what it's about. It absolutely scared me as a kid, that's all I'll say. Apparently, the original ending for the movie version was a lot darker, so they had to scrap it and come up with a happier ending. I'm like, but sometimes shows are allowed to have bad endings. And I say bad endings as in, like, in the story, the ending is, like, it's a bad time. It's not happily ever after, and that can be a good ending. Baked pies. Where the heck are they? There. Yeah, that's what I like about musicals as well. Oh god, now I'm remembering that certain games, like certain video games, have musicals. Like fan-made musicals. And I'm not talking about like, oh, it's like a video series they put on the internet. No. I mean like full stage choreography. Like costumes, all that jazz. Like, I'm pretty sure Kingdom Hearts has one. Which, in my brain, I'm like, how do you turn Kingdom Hearts into a musical? That's not really a game you could turn into a musical. Oh god, I just remembered. I remember a musical I watched growing up, and it was so bad. It was so bad. Oh my god, I forgot that was a thing! There was the Mulan musical I watched growing up. And it's... honestly, it was so bad, it was good, in me and my family's opinion. Just because there are certain moments that, like, are definitely not as impactful as they should be. Like the sequence where the dad catches, like, a falling blossom and puts it in Mulan's hair. Not! In the musical version, he, like, has to, like, tug it out of the tree. So it's like, the metaphor of, like, waiting for, like, the blossom to, like, naturally grow and fall is completely lost when you have to physically tug it out of the tree with effort. It's like, that blossom isn't ready, my guy. The Be a Man sequence instead of climbing a pole, it was tug of war. This is not a joke. By the way, we have hit the amount of encounters where all the digits in all 4 places are the same. I've been doing this for too long. I know what also happened in the 1000 range, but I just forgot to mark it down. No, but Tug of War isn't really a game that you can win. Like, the whole point of, like, the pole in the original Mulan was like, oh, the way to climb it wasn't brute strength. It was finding a way to use the two weights to climb it efficiently, as opposed to just having them force you down. Whereas, having it be Tug of War in the musical, that's not a game you can win by learning how to be skillful. So it kind of loses the point. And I remember, like, the avalanche scene where, like, Mulan shoots a, like, cannon up at the top of the mountain to, like, cause the avalanche to defeat the Hun army. Nah! In the musical, she just yells. She just goes, ah! It's so bad! She does the Tarzan. I don't remember exactly how she yelled, but it was just like, I mean, making loud noises can cause an avalanche to happen, but I feel like an entire Hun army charging at you would have caused more sound than you screaming. Long story short, the Mulan musical was bad that I watched. Okay, give me a second. I think something is happening outside, so I'm gonna turn my fan inside out. Hold on. Ah! Ah! Let me reset my thing. Okay. Hold on, I'm gonna drink some water, because I've been talking for almost 2 hours straight, and I have not had any water. Ugh.
Splish.
Thank you, Alfred, for the hydrate. I just hydrated. Splish. Boom. Splish. Splish. Boom. Boom. Bum, 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 ba-dum, ba-bum. Well, I'm gonna refresh. I'm a bit delayed. That's perfectly fine, bud. Don't worry. I will say, I am overheated. And it's not even because of the temperature, it's the fact that in order for my VC face to work properly, I have to have my light in my closet on. Heck, you mean use my tongue? What? That's what doggos do. You. No, because then that will be clipped, and I refuse to do that. No. Like, even if that actually worked, no. Boom, get that. One, I don't think so, too. I'm worried some people would find it more than cute. When is this thing gonna change color? And by change color, I mean slight hue shift. For the hue shift. I could have played starter today. But no, for some reason, my dumb butt decided, you know what would be a good use of your time? Shiny hunting Regice. I'm gonna commit bite against something or someone. Doodle-doo. Alfred, I'm not even gonna ask what you meant by that. I wish the eye tracking on my thing was more consistent because it detects me blinking. Oh, well, now it's just trying to prove me wrong. Don't question it. Alfred, I question everything. You can't stop me. I will say, at some point, I want to experiment with my dog and, like, what if it had more wolf-like ears as opposed to the floppies? Because I like the floppies. It's also hard to look intimidating when you have the floppies. Not that I want to look intimidating, but like... Like... It's just like certain poses are hard to do it when you look like this. Then again, Toon Link pulls them off. So, what am I talking about? I think you're very tough and intimidating. Here's the thing, Alfred, I don't believe that. Keep over dominance. Well, anyone can do that. Except me. I do not have a way to track my arms. Okay, let's keep going. I need to shave my face. I need to shave my face. It's the intention that counts. Just ominous staring. For the rest of the stream, I don't look anywhere else, just at the camera. He's just standing there, menacingly. Wario gazing into my soul, and you're cute. I go into the one. No! I'm not cute. These are lies and slander. Ah! I shall continue to spread Wario propaganda. Stop. That implies you're trying to bring others here, and I don't know how to feel about that. No, do that. Alright. My life is a contradiction, okay? Here's the thing. Would I enjoy more people watching me? Yes. Do I think I deserve it? Hell no. And 99% of the time, that second thing takes over. No, there are two sides of me. The side of me that wants to do well, and the side of me that is afraid of anything new. One tends to have more power than the other. Oh, full disclosure, a wave of eepiness just hit me that I have not experienced in a bit. Oh, fuck. Why the sudden eepiness, body? You were doing fine just a bit ago. Ah! Stay awake, Zizzle. I don't know how! What keeps me awake at this point is stuff that surprises and or shocks me. And there's not much that can do that. Ah! Thank you for the stretch. That doesn't help though. I was expecting it coming. Ah! The stretch just makes me want to sleep more. Ah!
Give me compliments. I said, give me compliments. Bitte schnell.
Alfred. And Alfred. There. aren't even that many people here to take advantage of that. Why did you do it? Yes, I'm a good bean. I'm gonna scream. Oh my. Because I got the points and you deserve compliments. Yeah, but who's gonna take advantage of that besides you? I highly doubt you'll be able to do that again for some time. Gosh. I don't know, it just seemed like the right time. Okay. I told you don't question my weight, but I kind of have to. That's how my brain works. At least it's just you giving compliments. You're a wonderful and amazing being, and I admire that you try real hard to achieve your dream. Thank you, that means a lot. And according to the rules of the thing I set up, I have to accept all of that. This feels wrong. Why are you dancing on me? Why? Why though? Get distracted from what? Shiny hunting? That's... At this point, the shiny hunting is second nature. You can't really distract me from it. I kinda wish I had the Henry Stickmin dances at emote now. Well, I highly doubt people have, like, requested commissions or stuff like that for that to be animated. I'm sure it's out there. Yeah, no, I'm sure as well. Okay, let me set this up and then I'll take an ad break. Okay, and be right back. Okay, we're back. I'll be real, I fully could have passed out in my bed during the break. My body is that out of it. Multiple nights in a row, I've nearly passed out in my chair. That's fine if you even just remember to end stream. Well, I'm not ending it early just because you redeemed that thing and I don't want all those points to go to waste. Bingus? I am not the Bingus. You are the Bingus? Also, hello, Winter. Hello, Fluffy. How are you two doing? Why you ouchie? You can say Pokemon 6 a dog. Alfred, why? I'm okay, I'm about to pass my floor. Good luck with that, Winter. I don't know the all of me. I am sorry, Fluffy. I just pulled out the vacuum and my dog is giving me the eye. I can say that. How's John Borko? Borko is alive. And shiny hunting. Right leg is feeling better, but it's still not fully healed. Honestly, kind of trying to distract myself from stuff I learned yesterday right now. That way I don't start throwing pobs. Last time I saw you streaming, you were farming this thing. 1 in 4,098 chance, Winter. 1 in 4,098. Those are the odds I'm going for right now. Also, if the last time you saw me streaming I was doing this, you haven't seen most of my recent stuff. Some pets are worse than that. Let's give it not many. Here's the thing, the odds for this would be 1 in 1,000 and something? If the shiny charm goddamn worked. But for some reason, no, the shiny charm does not work on the Reggies. Which makes no goddamn sense. Stimky. Big Stimky. I wish to commit eep. This is... Here's the thing. Doing this, I would be awake if I was allowed to do something else. Well, also shiny hunting, but I can't. I have to focus on shiny hunting. Like, if I was allowed to watch something else while doing this, if I was allowed to, like, listen to music while doing something like this, I'd be fine. But I can't. That's... I need to have my undivided attention on this. I just committed so much eep. How much eep? A scale of 1 to honk me me me. If only I could send Anne. Man, I hate that that almost made me laugh remembering that gosh dang video. I eat 12 hours? Gosh, that is like hunk shoe levels. You can put on some music for yourself off stream. Yeah, but then stream will lag. I know how this works. I don't have enough RAM. Unless I, like, grabbed my phone and put on my headphones for my phone. But then I wouldn't be able to hear alerts. So... He says, Stormy, how dare pact? How dare? Ah! Anyway, Stormy, how are you, bud? Ah. I'm doing good, just EP. Same here! Although it's only like 2:20 in the afternoon for me. I'm just EP from doing this. Almost 2,300. Yup. We're over half odds now. Ah! But I'm going to say this now so that Alfred's use of it doesn't go to waste. I have to accept compliments this stream, so go nuts. This was a good cute. Yes, I am. Thank you for noticing. I am so... I agree with that so much. So much. Mm-hmm. So much. I definitely agree with that. Mm-hmm. I never compliment the cute, friendly, amazing Borko. I'm just glad there aren't more people here to take advantage of that. Heck, the people who would take advantage of it are most likely at the convention right now, so I live. I live another day. Nom.
Splish.
Thank you for the hydrate, Stormy. Give me a second. What? Thank you for the hydrate. Fluffy, what did you do? The worst part is I can't even argue against the poll that's happening right now. Y'all are evil. Whoopee, you are a devious little gremlin. What pull there is the pull. Well, come on in, Rory. How are you? I see this is your first time chat. May I ask how the gremlin found me? I have a guess based off of that emote. And I'm glad you're good, by the way. I've just been hunting this Pokemon for 10,000 years. There is an Ash! Why are people suddenly showing up? Hi, Ash! Possibly from Trashy's community. Pokemon. I swear I've seen Rory around before. Probably in Flitwick's chat. It's either Flitwick or Stormy. Because Trashy has never rated me. Anyway. Number 2,300! And still, the Pokemon will not show itself. I just sat down to play my gotchas. Fair enough, Ash. Hope you're doing good. Well, for those just coming in, I am required to tell people that are just coming in, thanks to a certain fop in chat, I am legally required to accept all compliments this stream. Do with that information what you will. I will say, there are certain compliments I will not accept if they are icky. I'm trying to watch the cat more. He just doesn't have an notification. This is more bunny stream. Yeah, fair enough. He's an adorable and cute being. Yes, Rory, that's what I. What if I say you have a massive massive? I mean, I wouldn't say I don't have a badonkadonk. Good job, have a cookie. Who's having a cookie? I was gonna say something, but I don't think it's stream appropriate. Winter, no! Winter, I will grab the bonking stick! Man. You got a cookie because you're doing a good job. I can't compliment the Pikachu. I mean, technically you can! I kind of have to accept that. That is just a that is a fact that the Regulus has the thick thighs. That's not complimenting me though, that's just complimenting the Regulus model. I can make this even harder on his... How? In what world? Swallowed out wrong. Whoopee, no! Rory? God damn it. Rory, you are extremely lucky the shiny didn't show up during that. You are extremely lucky. But you are the model. I have a Regulus model, but that does not mean I am... What Stormy said was specifically... Winter, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Cecil, IRL Bork can confirm. I wish I was a Bork IRL. But Rory, here's the thing. What Stormy said was specifically the Regulus's thighs were thick, not mine. Stormy could be complimenting his own thighs for all I know. Short. My immersion is broken. How is your immersion broken? Also, for some reason, Cecil is deserving of head pats unless he does not know. That's technically a compliment. I have to accept it, and the head pats. I want to scream. Also, I need to test something. Okay, now it works. For some reason, my, Cecil deserves all the compliments from chat. He's a really good... I'm accepting this. And it is not at all against my will. I probably should get a pat emote, but like all things, that costs money. Emotes are something I need to get at some point. But Winter, I thought you stopped streaming. Steal mine and recolor it? No! For streaming? Oh, okay. For Discord. Fair enough. But no, for some reason my shortcut for my VC face wasn't working. Like, to make it disappear. And I don't get why. So I had to manually do that. So does the shiny, like, actually exist, or is it a myth? It exists! People have it, and people have gotten it using the method I'm doing. I will probably remake the one I just did when I'm in less pain. Fair enough, Fluffy. Also, I would not use that without paying you first. Also, numbies. Numbies are also a thing. I do have a thing I can use as an emote. I just have to set it up. I'm scared to know what this is. And I know you wouldn't use it for Twitch, but I'm just like, the fact that it's not used for Twitch is what scares me. Probably more of a sticker. Fair. Speaking of Winter, you have access to my emotes, so that's neat. It can be used for Twitch, it's not like bad. Okay. Okay, Stormy, that has thrown me off. What is... Oh, that's an alien. Oh, I'm... Because of how thin the line between the edge of the alien's eye is, and the background of the chat text being the same color, I thought it was like a weird Grinch thing that you were posting, with just like a weirdly shaped head of hair. And I'm like, what? Alfred, why? Why? Alfred, why though? If you like it, that's fine, but why? It's good. Not when you have an allergic reaction to pineapple. Or what I think is an allergic reaction to pineapple. He's my and he's a good boy. I like bacon and ham on pizza. Well, that makes sense, Fluffy! I had banana pizza last month. My hope in humanity is lost. The day you put pineapple, not pineapple. The day you put gosh dang banana on pizza, I'm throwing hands. You are not serving me pizza with banana on it. It's a Swedish delicacy. Why? Like, if it's, like, not a traditional pizza and it's like a chocolate pizza, I would understand that. Freezes as I put banana on. Stop! Banana and tomato sauce do not go together! No! That's like taking a peanut butter and jelly and dip it in ranch! No! Stop! Stop! Nope, it's banana butter and... No! Why? I wonder what a fried egg on pizza would be like. In my opinion, egg doesn't have a flavor, so it would just be adding bland on a pizza. Continues to add banana and then pineapple. Why, Rory? Why? Why would you do this to me? Here's the thing, if you're making a non-traditional pizza where the dough is, like, similar, but, like, the condiments, and you have, like, cheese replacements, that's fine! But... I thrive off chaos. No! Stop! Also, after these next two encounters, I'm gonna quickly check something. Because I think, thanks to you guys, I might... Keyword might get a Twitch payout on the 14th. Not sure though. I just feel to end. They've already tipped their food bowl. Well, wait, that's what you get for having pets that are like able to move shit. Okay, hold on. I need to check something. Let me look this up. Payouts. Wait, what? It was on the 10th? God damn it, that means I don't get my payout this... I'm cranky. That's very frustrating. Why did they change the payout date? That means I have to go another month before I get the money from Twitch. If I meet the threshold, that's extremely frustrating. Because Twitch doesn't, like, do weekly, it only does monthly. This is why if people donate to me, it should be directly through my, like, PayPal. Because I can get that money almost instantaneously. Whereas through Twitch, I have to wait a month. I thought it was bi-weekly. Not for me. I don't earn enough for it to be bi-weekly. Because the minimum threshold is $50 earned for a payout, and maybe it's different with partner, I don't know. But because I didn't earn $50 over the course of April, I'm not getting it. I think you get bi-weekly if your partner, mine is monthly. Yeah, same here, Stormy. Alfred, what are you writing down? The thing is, it's frustrating because, like, it should just be bi-weekly for everyone. Because some people, like me, this is their only source of income. And making it monthly for affiliates honestly is kind of discouraging. Because that's saying, oh, you're not doing well enough for the bi-weekly treatment. And that's frustrating. And yes, I know I'm playing a dangerous game by criticizing it, but I'm small enough, I highly doubt they'll notice. So Twitch talks like Alan Rick. On one hand, I'm very happy that you could catch the voice I was doing. On the other hand, I was more thinking along the lines of, like, Snape and him just being a posh bastard. Because Alan Rickman was amazing. Small bean. I am indeed a small bean. That's what I get for having a mischief. I keep on forgetting a group of rats is called a mischief. It's pronounced so. I will ask something for those that joined recently. When you saw my Twitch channel was live, and you went and looked at the preview for it, did it have a censor over the main image of the channel, or was it just a preview of what was actually happening? Because if so, then my theory was correct. And this should help things going forward. None of can censor the Borko. I mean, they can. Just not in real life. But they shouldn't. Eh. Maybe for now. I don't know if I'm gonna turn into like a person that needs to be censored. I hope not, but like, that is always a possibility. The shiny isn't real. That's what I've come to learn. The shiny isn't real, and I'm wasting my time, but at the same time, I've put in too much time, so if I quit now, the game wins. And I don't want the game to win. I will win. Like I said, it's a myth. At this point, it feels like it, but I know there are people who have done this before, so I'm inclined to believe. Can't wait to see the slightly darker blue color version. At this point, this isn't a shiny Pokemon, it's a huge shift. Honestly, you have a godly amount of patience compared to my patience. What do you mean? Walk into an area with your lighting and the color changes more than the shiny. Yeah, probably! I could not hunt a shiny legendary. Here's the thing, Rory. I have the shiny charm. I have it. For some reason, the static Pokemon, like the static legendaries in this game, while not shiny locked, do not have their base odds increased with the shiny charm. They stay at the base odds. Like all of the Reggies, their odds are at the modern odds without the shiny charm. The Swords of Justice, their odds are locked to be 1 in 4,000 and something. And yet, in the max raid dens, their odds are 1 in 100 of being shiny. So what the fuck? What happened? I went and I got the shiny charm thinking that it would speed this whole sequence up. It did not. So am I going to use the shiny charm for other legendaries in this game? Yes, but I effectively wasted time for the legendaries that are static encounters. It's fucking infuriating. There's definitely some secret button combination to get it somehow. Look it up, see if there is. Because I've done research into this and nope. Trust me, Winter. Have you got a Master Ball for when you find it? No. At least I don't think so. No. Does it have a chance to run? No! It does not have a chance to run. But it can run out of moves. And if that happens, it will start using Struggle, which deals damage to itself. Hopefully you have enough Pokeballs. Yeah! I agree with that statement. Actually, hold on. Let me look at my bag. I have a lot of Quick Balls. And a lot of Ultra Balls. Do I have many Timer Balls? I have a few. The thing is, I know for a fact that if I were to leave and accidentally encounter a random Pokemon, it would steal all the shiny look I have. He ruined the RNG by opening the bag. Stormy. The RNG is determined the moment you hit accept in terms of getting the Reggie. I highly doubt it's determined by opening the bag. Would a different ball improve your chances? Maybe a Dusk Ball? But a Quick Ball is my best choice turn one. Every subsequent turn, I would just be trying to get its health down into the red and giving it a status effect. That way other Pokeballs have a higher chance of working. Let's pray to the RNG gods. You're not gonna do a blue ball for theming purposes? Fluffy, I do not have a Pokemon designed for... The best Pokemon for shiny hunting legendaries is a Trevenant with its hidden ability, Skill Swap, and I think Magic Trick, which swaps held items. And I know If I go out of my way to get a Trevenant that has that move set, that ability set, and all the required items, it will be shiny compared to this. Like, all the luck I have been building in this will instantly all be funneled into the Trevenant if I leave at this point. Like, if you want a specific Pokeball for a Pokemon, your best bet is getting a Trevenant with that move set. But since I don't have that, and I don't want to accidentally funnel all the shiny luck into one Pokemon that isn't Regice, I'm not doing it. Because that's how my curse fucking works. My curse is the curse of inconvenient timing, where the moment I try to do something else, now you'll get a random shiny encounter trying to get the Trevenant. Like I said, if I try to get any other Pokemon other than Regice right now, the luck will be funneled into that one. Going to the gym workout, good luck finding the blue boy. Yes, I'm cute. Good luck at the gym. Hopefully I'll still be alive by the time you're back. Good luck beating the gym. Exactly. I will say... God, am I going to say this? So, it takes me about an hour to get 100 attempts at like 100 encounters. Meaning, by the time we hit 2,300, no, not 2,300, 2,600 and I want to say 50, I'll have done 600 encounters. And that's where I will want to end. However, I'm internally thinking of if I should do an incentive or not, considering I have an interview tomorrow. Part of me is thinking, wouldn't it be funny if every 5 or every 10 subs I get during this stream, I add an extra 100 encounters? Essentially turning this into an impromptu subathon. But I also have a job interview tomorrow. So I am not sure what to do. With an interview tomorrow, you probably shouldn't do that. Yes, Winter, but think of the funny. Winter, here's the thing. At this point, I don't think... Even if you want incentive, I could pay you to quit early and go to bound. Alfred, no! But that's not funny! It is for me. Here's the thing, I'm probably gonna stay up late anyway. Also, Winter, I hope you understand the reason why I'm even considering this is... I've had a job interview there before. And the moment I said, I do not currently have any work experience in the fast food industry, they were like, okay, we're not hiring you, please leave. We are currently looking for someone with experience. For an entry-level job. Legitimately, because you have work experience, Winter, job interviews are actually fucking possible for you. I'm not saying as a fast food worker. I'm saying, like, you just having job experience in general is more likely for you to have interviews go well. I do not have job experience in any major field outside of Twitch. I'm not getting fucking hired. With how the economy is, the likelihood of me actually getting that job is infinitely close to zero. I'm not saying it's impossible. When I got a job... Winter, how many years ago was this? Because remember, you are in a completely different generation than me. 11 to 12? My point fucking stands! Like, I don't want to come across as rude, but oh my gosh, the difference between then and now is significant. If they really need people, experience should be the biggest hurdle. Well, here's the thing, Alfred. A lot of the time, companies will put up, like, oh, we're looking to hire. And not actually be wanting to hire people. They just do that to make the investors, like the major corporate head, that, like, it's just to make those happy. And I'm assuming that's what's happening now. Like, they only post job applications and hold job interviews for that reason. There are some places that genuinely will hire, but I highly doubt that's the case here. Anyway, it's an ad break, so I will be right back. Okay, we back. By the way, the reason I'm taking breaks during the ads is because I fucked up my leg a few days ago from falling down the stairs, and I'm just trying to be careful by not sitting down for too long. I've once fallen down the stairs with my dog in my house. Winter, I am sorry that happened to you. It's alright, I was fine for the most part. I wasn't fine. I can tell you that much right now. Yeah, I'm trying to give my legs breaks. From being in my chair. Just because I still don't know what I did to it. And I don't want to accidentally make it worse. Most I've been hurt was when I fell off this electric scooter. Yikes. Also, I like how I've gotten to the point in shiny hunting where I'm doing other stuff in the background and still able to do this just fine. I don't think you want me to get into that, though. Yeah, no, I'd rather not details. But yeah, I will say my job interview is later in the day, so if I sleep in, it's fine. Is another reason why I'm considering the thing. Just don't miss it. I mean, I'll try, but I can't guarantee anything. Also, who's here? Raise your goober hand. Raise the hand of the goobers. Also, Winter, a while ago you asked if I'm hunting this Pokemon because I like it, or if it's rare. First of all, shiny legendaries are on the rarer side of shinies regardless, just because like you can only get one of them per game, and getting a second one would require restarting it. Its shiny is somewhat better than the original. But at this point, whatever original reason I had, it's out of spite. Like, at this point, it's just pure spite. I'm gonna take the dog out real quick. I'll be back. Fair enough. Be safe. Meanwhile, I'm over here overheating in my chair. I'm fine. It's fine. What you doing, Alfred? You being a gremlin? You being a gremlin bean? Ah, boy. Ah, boy. Meow. Why are you all making noises at me? Just waiting until my sheets are done in the dryer and then I can go eat. I see. I will say another reason why I'm tempted to kind of just extend this stream longer is because I don't want Alfred's compliment thing to go to waste. Fluffy, why are we screaming? Why are we screaming, Fluffy? Don't worry about it. Also, government, even if you don't accept it. I need to do launder. What? Ah. Why? Ah. Everything is ow. I see. That makes sense. Need to train Cookie to do launder. Dude, if we could train our pets to do our laundry, things would be out of control. Design robots to do it. No. I would rather not. One, because I don't know how to, and two, I do not want to speed up the robot uprising. Someone just sent me something. I will have to look at it in a few seconds. But I want Transformers. I would rather be able to... You know, make choices for myself. Not be biofuel for the future robots. That's all I ask. Alfred, why do I get the feeling you're gonna say but or however after that statement? Okay, let's see. Here's a number 2,400. No! I love this game! Can't stop progress is... The fuck does that mean? Are you gonna be leading the robot uprising? What's happening? I thought a robot would lead the robot uprising. Turns out I was wrong. It was the fops all along. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. I also haven't had an interview in a while. I don't think I would be good at it. Viva la revolution. I mean, fair enough, I guess. Oh, hold on, someone's calling me. So, I just got an... Sorry, Joy has kind of just left... Joy has left my body in this moment. Did anyone hear the phone call I was on? Because I think I'm muted, but if not... Hopefully I was muted. Okay. I just got a call from, like, the company being like, hey... Are you still good for an interview at this time? And I was like, yes, I am. But it wasn't a human. It was not a human. That is kind of why Joy has left my body. Because the fact that it was an automated thing talking to me Most likely means that they don't actually give a crap about me showing up or not. Hell, it wasn't even like a phone call from the same state I'm in. So I'm just... I think in general it's still better that you do show up. I mean, obviously, but... Even then, I'm like, is it better if I show up? If they don't give a crap? If I... Because I highly doubt they're gonna share the information of, oh, he didn't show up to every single employer in this town. Might be better to go just for the just in case. Yeah. If I'm honest, my enthusiasm is kind of left for shiny hunting right now. Just because I don't want to have to deal with a gosh dang job interview. Especially a job interview for a job I don't think I'm gonna get. I think the odds are still better than getting the shiny. Nah. Genuinely, I think getting a job nowadays is harder than this. Because, Alfred, I've been searching for 5 years. No luck. And my odds only decrease as time goes on. I genuinely just might end early because at this point, I don't think I'm gonna give the reaction people want. If I find this thing right now. I don't know what to do. Because I'm heckin' cranky. Sorry for the lack of talking, my brain is just... any and all energy I had is kind of gone. Unless I manage to, like, hook onto a topic that I want to rant about right now, my brain is gone. Trying to think of stuff to say my brain is pudding. Yeah, that's kind of my brain right now. I will probably just get to 2,500 and then call it a day. My brain is so tired, I'm no longer thinking about shiny hunting. I'm thinking of, how can I clean the house right now? That's not a good thing. The fact that my brain has gone from shiny hunting to cleaning my house means that I would rather clean my house than do this right now. Granted, that's due to factors outside of my control that are happening right now. But I enjoy shiny hunting. What is going on to make me not enjoy shiny hunting right now? Ah. Am I out of 27th Lego? Fluffy, it honestly has nothing to do with what we were talking about yesterday. It just has to do with the interview shit. Although, add as many Legos as you want to that, because the more the merrier in that situation. But you have to make it specifically those Legos that are so small that it feels like a needle. Not like the larger Legos that don't do much. I'm specifically talking the smaller ones. Bring out the push pins. Not entirely sure what you mean by that, but go for it. That or like D4s from like a dungeon, like a dice set, like just the D4, because those are perfectly designed to be stepped on in the worst way possible. Jack's tip. Yes! You should make a bad to step onto your list. I'm not against it. That's the worst part. The ends of plugs. We don't talk about that. Because last night I was trying to go to the bathroom and someone had an ironing board in the bathroom. But the plug was on the ground. So guess who stepped on it? Alfred, how is laundry coming along, by the way? Almost done. That means you go big EP soon. Fair enough. Yeah, I had a hand vacuum in my room and somehow the plug ended up right in front of... So I stepped on it whilst holding into Wrigley Rant. Nah! I will say, there is one thing I actively try to avoid stepping on, yet it finds me. And that is cats. I'll try to be walking somewhere, and then suddenly there's a cat under my foot, and I almost step on them. They crave violence. Against me specifically. Golden dog loves to... They'll step on the meow meow. I'm trying not to, and yet they're like, nah. Like every time I try to go anywhere, they're just like, Golden dog just loves to sit in different spots in the dark, so I keep kicking him. That as well. Like I'll just try to be walking somewhere, and then suddenly a cat will like be right next to my leg and almost cause me to trip, or I will accidentally like kick them. I won't kick them hard, but it's just like, oh my god, why? Honestly, today is probably just gonna be a shorter day because I'm tired, and also interview tomorrow, so I need to prepare stuff tonight. As much as I don't want to go to the interview. Sweet pea. Well, it's also a matter of I have less enthusiasm now. Just due to the whole having to talk to AI customer support thing. Like, don't get me wrong, AI can be used to make certain tasks just faster. And I'm not specifically talking about generative AI, I mean like having a sorting algorithm or something like that. But when you use something like that to try and talk to people instead of an actual person, I lose some sympathy. Like, I genuinely would have rather had a person be like, hey, are you still available for this on this day? And I would have been like, oh, yes, I am. Thank you very much for answering. But it specifically was like, this is an AI assistant. And I'm like, leave me alone. I genuinely was tempted not to answer it just because I thought it could be a spam caller or something. So yeah, I'm only gonna do 41 more attempts. So that should take about 20 more minutes. I think it's really cool that you're recognizing your own limits and that you're taking out to steal the challenge ahead genuinely. I think you're doing a good job, workout. And whatever happens, good luck. Well, thank you. I'm just... In all honesty, I'm trying to get a job out of necessity. Not because I want to. Because the job I applied for essentially would make me have to reschedule my entire streaming time. And I don't want to do that, but I might have to. Because until this becomes good enough that I can survive off of this, live off of this, this takes less priority, and that's frustrating. Because I want to put all of my effort into this, not working fast food. I wish it were otherwise, and I wish I could help you, but sometimes that out me. Yeah. Hell, if I could work like a remote job where the work is just like, you have this amount of stuff you have to do. And then once that's done, you're good for like the rest of the day. I could work around that. In fact, I would love a job like that. Even if it was, like, menial, like, paperwork or just math. I would rather do that than a job that will probably call me in unexpectedly. And like, if I get increased workload out of nowhere, that's fine, because I can just power through that. I'd rather a job where it is, like, streaming is like the one exception to like my rule I'm about to state, and I'll explain why. I would rather work a job where it is not time-based, but it is effort-based. Where instead of, like, oh, you work from this time to this time, and regardless of if it's the busiest day of your life or the slowest day of your life, you get paid the exact same amount. I don't like that. I'd rather it be, hey, here's your workload. If you get this done by the end of the day, you'll get paid like your normal rate. If you do more than it's required, you get paid extra. If you do less than what we give you that day, then we'll pay less. Because that's based off of my effort, not the amount of time I spend. Whereas streaming, I like doing this. So I, like, I'm willing to spend long amount of times doing this because I enjoy this. And while I wish the effort I put into it came back, I'm aware that is a matter of luck. Which is like luck and perseverance. Which is frustrating. But I'd rather a slow, gradual increase of my effort being recognized than no matter how good you do at your job at this specific location, you earn this much amount of money. Like, I could scrub every inch clean, I could get all the orders right, and still only be paid $11 an hour. And I'm not okay with that. I think that's why I enjoy games like Stardew, because it's the effort the effort you put in is gratified. And if you put in less effort, then you get less in return. Heck, that's probably why I like most games. Because the effort you put into it is recognized. Or at least good games do that. Where it'll be like, oh, you've gotten everything in this game? Good job, here's your reward for doing that. And I like that type of thing, even if it's something small. I enjoy that. But if I do everything in a game and I don't get anything afterwards, we have issues. And sometimes it's about the journey and not the destination, which I'm okay with. Like, Xenoblade is one of those cases where your reward for doing the side stuff is getting stronger. There isn't, like, a secret ending. And I'm okay with that. Would I like a reward for doing all the side quests? Sure. But also having, like... genuinely, with games like that... having just this, like, long list of, like, completed. That's satisfying in its own way, because it's showing, hey, here's the progress you made. And hell, even this. Me doing this. Me shiny hunting. There is, like, even though the effort I put in could be greater or smaller compared to other people who have hunted this, there is still a reward at the end. If you keep at it. And I enjoy that. I don't enjoy stuff where the amount of effort you put in is not recognized. Or where the effort you put in is so little, but the reward is greater. I think that's why I'm not a fan of, like, billionaires and stuff. Or, like, companies that, like, don't... Like, what's a good example? Like, there are people who genuinely put a lot of effort into, like, earning the money they do and becoming, like, very rich. I think it's a matter of what they do with that money that determines whether I like them or not. Like, if you get enough money and you just want to live comfortably for the rest of your life, that's fine. But there are certain people that pretend that they're doing other stuff while gradually increasing. Like, there are people who are comfortable with where they're at, which is fine. If they just want to, like, live the rest of their life without having to work, that's fine. There are people who want more money, but they're putting that money somewhere. It's not just, like, oh, I'm earning money for the sake of earning more money. It's a matter of earning more money for the sake of I want to do something with it. And then there are people who want money for the sake of money. I don't like those people. Ghostly Dreams, hello! Welcome on in. I see this is your first time chatting in here. How are you? Sorry, you caught me in the middle of a conversation topic. I'm doing fine. Okay, don't worry. Okay, just making sure. Anyways, I'm gonna go eat. Okay, we have like 17 more attempts. Anyway. Shiny hunting is ramble time. Fair enough. You shiny hunting Regice? Regice? Yeah. Take care, Bean. Good luck tomorrow. Good night, Alfred. Be safe. But yeah, Ghosty, if you can see in the bottom left, that is how many attempts I have done at this. Here's the thing. I have the shiny charm. I have the shiny charm. But static Pokemon, like Regice, Regirock, Registeel, Regigigas, Regidrago, Regieleki, for some reason the shiny charm doesn't work on them. I don't think I'd be able to pull it off. Fair enough. I haven't even completed the Galar Pokedex. Like the base game Pokedex? Not including the DLC. Well, that's because that requires 2 copies of the game at minimum. Or like a friend who has a copy of the other game, or just getting lucky via Wonder Trades, or... Like, it requires a minimum of 2 people to complete the base game Pokedex. Which I'm lucky enough to have people who were willing to help me. I'm broke, I can't afford online. See, yeah. Nintendo Online should just be free. I'm gonna say that right now. Also, Ghosty, just as a general question, since you're a new viewer here, when you found my channel, was there like was the preview of this blurred out? Or was it like, the preview just was what was happening during the stream? Because if it was blurred, then my thing has failed. But if it isn't blurred, then... my experiment has succeeded. It was what was happening. I don't think it was blurred. Okay. Then that means having certain settings on was a mistake. Also, I would look at the tags just to, yeah, that's all. But yeah, thank you for confirming that for me, Ghosty. It does help a lot. Because that means a theory of mine has been... I may take long to learn. Okay. Yep. It's just, some people will see I'm playing Pokemon, not look at the tags, and be like, oh, I can join in. Even though I talk about stuff that small people probably don't want to hear about. Such as looking for jobs. And the economy. If you are a child who unironically likes hearing me rant about the economy in its current state. Why are you here? Get help! But yeah, Gusty, how's your day been? Alright, what about you? It's been okay for the most part, just been dealing with a leg that's upset with me from falling down the stairs last Wednesday. And also, I've been hearing the same notes on loop for the past, like, 4 hours. I have no background music while I do this. I don't have another video up in the background while I do this. I am doing the pure raw experience, which is not recommended. Oh god, I am dedicated, okay? Also, I do play other games besides Pokemon, if you're interested. If not, perfectly fine. You had to get that in, didn't you, Fluffy? You knew I have to accept compliments. You are evil. You're an evil little gremlin. Important. I mean, fair. Also, I will say this right now. If there was a faster way of encountering Regice right now, I would be doing it. But there isn't. You have to watch this cutscene every single time. And soft resetting isn't fast. Like, what I'm doing right now is faster than soft resetting. And I average about 100 encounters an hour. The base odds are 1 in 4,000 and something. So just to get the base odds of shiny Regice, I would have to find... I would have to do this for over 40 hours. Considering what I'm averaging. Anyway. Number 2,500! Not a shiny! I'm so frustrated. That's a lot of encounters. Yup. Because I have a job interview tomorrow, I am going to end here just so that I can get prepared tonight. Normally I would go on for an hour or two longer, but that is not the case this time. Just because I need to actually be productive. So yeah. I'm glad I didn't oversleep. Yeah. Ghosty, thank you for showing up. Sorry you showed up near the time I'm ending. Normally I go longer than this. But yeah. If you're on Twitch, stick around so that I can raid out. YouTube, everybody, thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed what you saw and want to see more stuff like this, please like, comment, subscribe, and share with people that you know, because it really goes a long way in helping the algorithm know that people actually like my content. If you want to see these happen live or enter my Discord community or want to help support me financially via my third donation page, all those links will either be in the about section of the channel or in the description of the video. So once again, thank you so much, and I will see you all next time. Take care.